just ridiculous budgets and ridiculous levels of financial investment to continue to run over the long term. So the amount of money they need to make to make the expenditure justifiable just isn't sustainable, and the inclination towards those kinds of long-term experiences instead of things that are one and done like Space Marine 2 that have just a simple campaign or just pure fun and have a beginning, middle, and end, and then you can be done with it and move on. Those kinds of experiences, the double A stuff just kind of fading away, is a bit tragic, and it just makes for a more monogamous kind of games industry where a lot of the same kinds of games are being made instead of an industry where we can really find a lot of variety on the AAA front in particular, but also like double A was a source of so much creativity with experiences that felt high budget ish, and that is disappearing. But fortunately, we do still have indies, and we do have some AAA developers that are still, making these really boundary pushing and creatively driven experiences. I'm not saying those are gone, but I feel like we just, once upon a time, we saw more of that before it all became very monogamous and before publishers began to lean all towards kind of the same kinds of pursuits and this kind of gold rush. Sean Layden had more to say about this, saying that in the gaming business, you have Call of Duty, Grand Theft Auto, indie stuff. But then that middle piece, that middle layer that used to be where Interplay, Gremlin, Ocean, THQ, all those companies made their money, that middle piece is gone. If you can become AAA, you survive, or if you do something interesting in the indie space, you could, but AA is gone. I think that's a threat to the ecosystem, if you will. So I'm looking at indie stuff with the advent of technologies like the latest Unreal Engine or what Unity can give you. I think we can all say that the standard of quality of video games is pretty high now compared to 10 years ago. Now, if we can just get a bit more interest and excitement and exposure for those lower budget but super creative and super unusual type of games, I'd like to see more of that, because if we're just going to rely on the blockbusters to get us through, I think that's a death sentence. And I actually really do think Sean Layden is onto something here. I think he was one of the best bosses PlayStation ever had, and everything he says and his mindset on what gaming should be is really sensible and comes from a place of genuine love for gaming. He felt like one of those executives who was actually not just excited about the money, but was excited about the artistry of game making and the creative possibilities of game making. I miss the Sean Layden days of PlayStation. He further adds that 1,500 developers to make the next Grand Theft Auto, that's not the place you need to go for your AA. You got to be able to get something up and running in 2 or 3.5 years is kind of the place to be in this day and age. Most importantly, he says, don't lead with monetization. If you're going to pitch me your AA game and in the first 2 pages of your deck is your monetization and revenue subscription scheme, I'm out. Oh my God. Like, an executive who actually thinks this way is such a rare gem. It's kind of insane hearing these words or seeing these words from someone who always tends to be sort of in an executive position, who actually gives a shit about not having those kinds of pitches. Your first page has to be, this game needs to be made, and here's why. I want to see that fire. I don't want to see, here's the chief accountant on the team that's going to explain you the game's monetization. He wants to see the creative people, the creative minds, the passion shine through, and he wants an explanation for why this game will make a dent in the creative space and landscape of gaming. So it's encouraging to see that developers who are in pretty major positions in the games industry are saying these kinds of things. It's encouraging to see that we're not all leaning towards the bad habits and trends that AAA publishers tend to gravitate towards. But whether enough developers and publishers and executives think this way, I don't know. But I think the games industry, especially with the recent failures of AAA releases and live service releases, I think they're starting to see that, yeah, this is kind of all true. Once upon a time, AAA publishers used to say that the future is all live services. And now suddenly we're seeing them all recant that, backstep on that, and backtrack on that. And now we're seeing them more going back to those kinds of single-player experiences, especially as developers like Larian and CD Projekt and FromSoft highlight the massive potential success of those kinds of games that have a very enticing vision and ambition. But again, those are really high budget, and they had to build up to a point where they could take that kind of high budget risk. But something like Space Marine 2, that is, I think, the closest we've gotten recently into like AA, AAA. Maybe it's like 2.5A kind of a game, as the risk of making such a game because of the community that they foster diminishes as the team gains experience with these entries and they're able to kind of broaden their scope a little bit. But again, it is a gradual process, but a lot of AAA companies want to shotgun their way into being the next big $1 billion live service, the next big $1 billion IP, the next big AAA high budget franchise that will just take off from the outset and just garner a huge audience base from the get-go, and they just want to rush towards what FromSoft had to labor over to get to where they are right now. Same with, again, Larian and CD Projekt and those kinds of companies who work their way up from AA to AAA, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I don't know. It's some interesting insight from some major juggernauts in the games industry, and I'd love to hear what your thoughts and opinions are on all these takes and what your take is on the current state of the games industry and the AAA landscape in the comments below. And to be further updated on all things gaming news, reviews, and discussions, stay tuned right here on Young Yeah. I'll see you guys next time. Young out.
In the last video, we completed and analysed all of King's Field 1, the very first From Software game, and even back in 1994 we could see the foundations of the iconic design choices which would go on to become games like Dark Souls, Bloodborne, and Elden Ring. So what improvements did they make for the sequel in only 1 year? To find out, let's play Kingsfield 2. Okay, quick reminder of the naming conventions. Kingsfield is the original 1994 game released only in Japan, which received a fan translation later. The sequel, released in 1995 in the US, is also called Kingsfield. This is the game where we start to see the core systems really develop, such as refillable healing flasks, which could be considered the first Estus, transporting between save points through a rather clever key and gate recall system, and high-level bosses being accessible from the very start, similar to the Dancer of the Boreal Valley in Dark Souls 3. We also see some really clever use of different maps revealing different routes, less linear progression, and a magic system you advance through by finding crystals, with both combat and exploration utility. This is also the first time we hear of Seath the Dragon, Gyra the Dragon, which would go on to become Kalameet in Dark Souls 1, and this is the game with an actual boss fight with directional blocks, stun mechanics, and a varied moveset which punishes you for being too far away. It's also the first game to feature a super rare weapon drop from an enemy, meaning grinding for equipment is now a thing. And then the whole thing ends in a virtual reality digital sci-fi style corridor realm where you fight through legions of metallic demons and then take on an electrical dragon supported by floating golden orbs of magical absorption. So welcome, I'm Josh Strive Hayes. Join me as we continue our journey through the early From Software games and ask the simple question: Kingsfield 2, was it actually any good? As usual, a massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep the channel alive. More information on how you can support at the end. For now, let's begin. Specifically, let's begin with a voiced cutscene.
A mysterious darkness conquered the island of Marinette. There was either a god or a demon who controlled the island, and no one tried to go there. A high elf in the forest told of a blue light that came down from the sky and struck the island. The blue light penetrated deep into the island's underworld. For hundreds of years, the island had been carved by people who were challenged and destroyed by the island's energy. Legends say, never approach the island, for a sleeping beast in the darkness waits for a great awakening.
Back Back in the first game, we played as Jean-Alfred Forestier, sent to the royal graveyard of Verdite to find our father, and on the way discover the Moonlight Greatsword, the ancient sword of the elves. In Kingsfield 2, we play as Prince Alexander, and we're on our way to Melonat Island to recover the ancient Moonlight Greatsword for our friend King Alfred of Verdite. So it is a direct sequel. The character from the first game remained king, but lost the Moonlight Sword. Modern From Software games don't do the direct sequel thing as much as they used to. Instead, pseudo-linking games through objects or vague shared history, like the Moonlight Greatsword appearing in all the games, or specifically in Dark Souls, how you can find Ornstein's armor from Dark Souls 1 in Dark Souls 3. Mechanically, the start of the game is very similar. Our journey to the island goes wrong and we wash up on the beach with nothing, go and explore, find equipment, find the Moonlight Greatsword. Beginning on the beach is something that From Software will repeat in Eternal Ring. Now, the first major improvement in Kingsfield 2 is the textures. The increased polygons on the cave walls and the sheer size of the open outside areas. Kingsfield 1 had pretty much everything inside apart from that one bit with the stairs and the open area, while Kingsfield 2 has an expansive outside world, open water, long sight lines, towers from bridge to bridge, and looping design with wooden walkways crisscrossing earlier sections above. It is a huge leap up in level design. You've got your health and mana bars with the charge of both next to them. Using a melee attack uses all of the charge bar. You can then attack again when it's empty, but to do maximum damage you must wait for it to refill. The refill speed is based on the weapon you're holding, so again, rudimentary stamina system. The magic spell casting bar is exactly the same. Casting any spell drains the entire bar and then it refills slowly. The speed based on the spell you just cast. The single most important change they made in this game is that you can run. Running, however, drains both your melee attack and magic attack bars. Now, interestingly, when these bars are empty, you don't stop running. You can run forever, provided you keep holding the run button down. You can't restart if these bars are empty, but they only recharge when you do stop. So we're seeing the start of a stamina system which affects both combat and movement. You start with a pretty useless knife and no magic. We'll explore magic soon. The stats menu is pretty much the same, offense and defense stats, still no stats shown on weapons or armor individually. You need to equip them and then kind of remember and compare. But there is a new equipment slot, accessory, similar to rings in Dark Souls or talismans in Elden Ring. From the start, be careful not to fall into the sea, because you will die. Respawning at the start of the game with nothing, so don't go into the water. Or stand in front of the giant kraken. Or try to fight a dragonfly. Or get slapped by a fish. And just like the first game, when you die, you restart at the start of the game with nothing. No items, no weapons, and all of your progress reset. Now, there is a way to respawn instead of completely reset, and we'll discover that later. So let's explore. Straight ahead of us on the wall is a note. Beware the Kraken's nest. So again, we've got the design of messages left behind to guide the player. But here's a new design. The Kraken, an endgame boss, is available from the very start. Now, combat is pretty similar to the first game, with weapons having different ranges and spells having different cooldowns, and every hit interrupting an enemy's attack animation. But this is still a numbers-based RPG, and no amount of skill is going to help you take down this Kraken at level 1. So we go into a nearby connected cave and see a smaller Kraken. This will kill you in 5 hits. I know this because I tested it. So just like Kingsfield 1, enemy attacks have a wind-up, the damage frames, and then a cooldown, and hitting them at any point in this sequence will interrupt them. So just like before, circle strafe every enemy and keep them stun-locked. But notice how even the first enemy, after hitting it enough, you break its outer shell and it starts phase 2. A basic enemy having 2 phases, with different attacks for each. That's lovely. This actually happens a lot. When you kill the slimes, they spread out for a final AoE attack. The dragonflies actually dislocate their stinger and it remains dangerous, hovering in the air for a moment after they die. These small mechanical flourishes help every enemy feel different. So let's check out this coast. Along the way, we meet a fisherman. NPC dialogue is pretty much the same. You interact, they slowly turn to look at you, deliver 1 or 2 lines of text, and then turn away. And you have to talk to them repeatedly to get all the information you need. Kingsfield 2 continues the cryptic questline design. You'll need to find items around the place and bring them to certain people to advance. Now, thankfully, if you talk to enough NPCs, the quests are far more understandable in this game than the first. But finding the NPCs, that's the new challenge. The fisherman tells us to explore the lighthouse across the river. It's down this long, thin strip of land, just under the water. You'll notice it's surrounded by herbs. These are healing items, and my first issue with the game, this is a holdover from Kingsfield 1, very few items actually tell you what they do. Examining something in the inventory just gives you a nice spinning 3D model of it, no actual use. Items with uses like herbs can be assigned to the select key, so you can now heal in combat without needing to open the menu. At the top of the tower, we find our first fire crystal, and this introduces us to magic. Once you've found a crystal, use it from your inventory to learn a spell. When you use your first crystal, wherever you found it, you'll learn the first spell of that element. So spells aren't connected to specific crystals, they're connected to the amount of crystals of that element you've found. So if you want to learn the third water spell, you need to find 3 water crystals in total. Some spells, mostly combat ones like Fireball, can be assigned to the magic button, which is square. Other spells can be used by opening the menu.
I'm gonna play a bit of Space Marine 2. It's like 1 or 2 missions. Ooh, Twitch drops. I'll check that out later on stream. Fall of Atreus. Prepare the Sword of Atreus for launch.
Our path to Aurora is barred by the Thousand Suns Silk.
How do I play again?
It is a sacred relic, filled with ancient splendor, brimming with power undimmed.
Oh shit.
Noted Artisan Balthazar. I have authorized Talassa to commandeer the battle barge for the duration of this conflict. It will then be returned to your care.
Ah, there we go. That's how you
Very
switch your grenade.
well.
Okay.
But you will need my assistance in locating such an ancient machine spirit. Assist the Adeptus Mechanicus in launch preparations and await our targeting guidance, Talassa. We should be on the ground shortly. Make sure that battle barge is ready. Orders confirmed.
Tread carefully, brothers. These caves can be unstable.
Be wary, brothers.
Rearming. Supply drop. Munitions here. Grenades here. Heretic forces approaching. The Emperor's will is done.
Oh shit.
Medical supplies over here. My resolve is tempered.
Whee!
I found some stims.
Like no enemies. What the fuck?
Objective on the other side. Take all you can carry.
bit annoying how I can't.
All specs ready to scan. These old vessels are made of sturdy stuff.
The engine seals are keen to restore the battle barge to safety.
What is the fastest way to get the battle barge airborne?
Equipment on me. I'm ready to stop them being relentless in their attempts to deplete my ammunition. My force belongs to me. This way.
Over here. So much loot. What the heck?
Equipment there.
Whoa, fuck, 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 fuck.
Heresy led you to this end. Stim cash here.
So many fucking stims.
Mark this position. I found some stims.
Resistance stands before the tempest.
We got 3 left.
Picking up extra rounds. Relic over here.
Wow, there really are like no enemies. What difficulty is this? This is like average difficulty, right? Is that it?
Supply drop. Reloading.
I'll take that then.
Ammunition cache here.
Oh, wrong way.
Proceed, brothers. Our brethren barricaded this entrance to stall any attackers. Commune with the crane and engage it to remove the obstructions.
Proceeding to crane.
Resupply there.
Wow, there's like no enemies. What the fuck? Oh, they're coming. Okay. It's like wondering.
The controls are sluggish but functional. Heretics detected. There's an active here, but I will make it work.
Stop that.
Take the Scarab Occult
Fucking
terminate.
bitch.
The crane requires you to perform rites of restoration. I shall simplify the rites, as there are no tech marines among you. Seek out the crane's twin generators and locate their consoles. Then, awaken them in the correct sequence.
Oh.
Heretics approaching.
Motherfucker keeps trying to shoot me. What?
We do not have much time.
Crane restore.
Right, let's go down here. Ah!
Throwing frag grenade. Scanning.
sure nothing further impedes your progress.
Releasing frag grenade. Your miserable Codex-approved victory.
Guess we'll go down. Guess we'll go down. I just got my grenades back.
Iron Halo online.
Gathering supplies. Equipment marked. Things happening.
New partner there. Ammunition restocked.
No hindrance remains.
Oh, I feel like sneezing. Fuck. No sneeze.
All specs prime.
Unsanctioned sentence.
We will report it to the Order Xenos. Continue with the mission. We have more pressing heresies that need our attention.
Put the arch enemy in our sight shortly. Shock grenade out!
Oh yeah.
Swapping magazine.
Ah, fuck.
I laugh at your pathetic
Yeah,
sorcery.
executions are so fucking badass. More ammo. Need more ammo. Grenades. How do I get more grenades? I need more grenades. I need more grenades for my assault rifle. Wait, is that really the bitrate on my... Oh. Why is my game look like a stop motion? It's like a stop motion. Maybe it's just my connection right now.
Captain Nakarak, your Ultramarines are late. You'll have to hit the attack and need reinforcements.
Get a visual on your location.
Make haste, as your tardiness may to the heart of our blessed vessel.
Supply drop. Silence that vermin's call for more of its foul breath. Picking up extra rounds. Flagged objective. Equipment there.
Okay, got some more grenades. Woo.
The
I go down this way?
suns shall rule
I can't.
justice for turning against your brothers.
Activating Auspex advantage. Changing magazine. Well fought. We broke their ranks. Fresh magazine in.
Let's make a scene. Some more grenades. Grenades. Where are some grenades? Yeah. Well, I'm good. I got an armor right now.
Supply drop. Obtaining
How do you get that?
arms.
Oh man, I missed that.
Grenade cache here. War gear acquired.
Nice.
Equipment marked. Rally on. We are committed to this cause. Camelio like.
the assault!
Happy to oblige.
Face me, sons of Magnus and Crogon!
Shock grenade. Advance to position. Enhanced visuals incoming.
Oh, someone's trying to shoot me from behind.
Changing magazine.
My fate seeds will either mankind and Starlight.
Resupply.
Die! Enemies of the Imperium! The minions of the arch-enemy are no more. Adequate performance noted, Talassa. I have opened the gates.
Any ammo?
Cogitations are clear.
No ammo?
We cannot preserve this blessed vehicle with
Any more
such a meager
grenades?
number of troops. Talassa is not there to provide you with protection. They are there to prepare that battle barge for flight.
I have one.
It
One
couldn't
grenade.
possibly break free of Demarium's gravity in its present condition. We only require that it reach the enemy vessel and destroy it. I had thought you Astartes would
Here we
possess
go.
the requisite appreciation of a vessel such as... The engine should provide sufficient lift, but the vessel's fusion batteries are fully depleted. There's no charge to start the ship's reactor.
Point us to the nearest charging facility.
There is a fusion battery unit we could use to awaken the reactor, but it too will require charging from our power plant. Those areas of the facility are compromised.
That is no matter. Every facet of this world is compromised.
We are on our way back with it.
Due to the volatile nature of the fusion battery, safety protocols prevent it from moving without an attendant. Lead it along the tracks to the junction station.
Shit.
appropriate rights of alignment to achieve the desired geometry. Assuming they possess the ability to extrapolate accordingly.
Surely the Ultramarines screen their recruits for reasoning and spatial awareness.
Considering this plan of theirs, I have my doubts.
Enhanced tactic ready.
What?
Anti-Hellbrute tactics effective.
Nice. Melt the
Gathering
bomb.
supplies. Well done, brothers. Just death for a betrayer. Terminator in sundown. All specs tried. Rearming.
The Omnissiah has blessed you with an abundance of power. Perhaps in the Machine God's infinite wisdom, they permit the transgression you're about to commit. Do not speak beyond your ken, Engine Seer. It does not take a Logis to see this is an act of desperation.
That one calls for reinforcements. Heresy led you to this end. Reloading. Munitions here. Check your aim. Traitors advance on our position. Precisely what we need. Readying next volley. Your miserable life ends in disgrace. Fresh magazine in. Fresh munitions. All specs engaged. Someone must guard the servo carriage. sight! The Emperor's will is done. Force keep scans ready. Rearming. Location mark.
Oh, finally some grenades.
Picking up extra rounds.
Charging sequence initialized. 0.01% and rising. Nelasa, we are almost there. What is your status? Engines are charging. We are under fire. Hold for our signal.
Justice for turning against your foes.
Nelasa, transmitting targeting signal now.
Use Lucy. But we have it.
Your data is clouded, Lieutenant. Maintain close proximity to target.
Scanning.
Reactor is primed for ignition. The vessel is ready. May this machine's service be forever remembered.
The Atreus is ready to taste vengeance once more.
Lock target now!
Routing signal data through telemetry systems. Numerous errors detected due to signal interference. Calculating trajectory.
Calibrate your aim. Mission accomplished. I hope it is enough. An instrument of the machine god's wrath. This would bring tears to my eyes if I still had them. A heavy sacrifice of such...
I have to check something. What did I get? I got something new. Armor. Oh man. What did I get? What did I get? I get a little sticker. Nice. Sweet. How do I get more grenade ammo? Gives you ammo upon executing. Is this it? After a finisher, the equipped ranged weapon reloads automatically. Is that the... Let's go try doing this. Tree. This one, cleaving potential versus strength. Which one's better? I don't know which one's better. We'll do one more mission. One more and then I'll switch back to work. If I can't play as tactical, then I'll just switch back right now. Oh. Okay, well, I guess I'll play a sniper. Okay, how do I play a sniper again? Okay, how to play a sniper.
precisely what we needed. They shall not see me. Readying next volley. Active camouflage.
Oh my god, stop hitting me.
I am a phantom of death.
Auspex deep scan ready. Check your aim.
Amelio line cloak ready. Altar is brought. I senses your precious desires. I tire of their banality.
What sound? An eep eep sound. Ah! Oh my god, why did that have to happen just when I was activating?
Spit upon the demon hope.
Oh, well he's dead now I think, right? It's the end. Pretty sure it's the end.
Tell the wolf we are coming for all of you.
We'll do a bit of customization and then switch back. Oops, wrong area. Oh, I got something new. Oh, I got the chess piece. Sweet. How do we get like the really shiny black? There's a shinier black here. Yeah, we need iron hand steel. Oh, I don't know if I can get that yet. 30, next one's gonna be like 40, and then try. Oh, just enough. Sweet. Where is it? Oh, here it is, okay. Yeah, I can get like the shiny black now. Nice. We got the shiny black. And then we can switch. Wait, what? Oh. Interesting. Actually does look a little bit better than steel. What's the pauldron? Iron warriors to iron hands. It's a bit better. The boots can be, instead of Eshin Grey, let's go do Nolan oil. There we go. Same with the helmet. The helmet can now be instead of iron warriors. Iron hands, maybe? I don't know. Maybe it's a little bit too black. Maybe Nolan oil. Nah. could get like corn red. I guess red is actually, the default red's pretty good. Got a new emblem too. Wait, what? I'm missing out on the skull. What the heck? Here we go. Oh, wait, no. This has to be gold. And then this one has to be white. There we go. Actually, you know, the white skull looks better. Let's go do white skull and then gold border, and then we'll do the same up here for the pauldron. White skull, gold border. Alright. Looking pretty good. The chest piece, might want to mirror that actually. With the this will be white and then this will be red. Slowly becoming more and more red. Actually, no, maybe it should just be all white. And maybe all black. No, that looks terrible. It is good the way I had it before. Let's do that. Maybe the helmet should be all white, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, that looks better. Actually looks better. Because it's very red on the helmet. Yeah, I think the backpack, let's not have red back here. It's a bit distracting. Oops. It should be like either white or black. Probably black, honestly. Alright. Let's go change up tactical. Make him look more tactical. Am I right? Or am I right? When am I gonna get like the next armor for the head? When do I get like this one? Achieve 2 missions in operations mode or matches. Huh. This one's pretty awesome. Just a pure gold helmet. I actually don't know if I like this pauldron very much because you can't change the colors on it. Which kind of sucks because it looks good. The model is nice, but not enough customization. Oh my god, that looks so cool. We need this shit. Yeah, I might just like switch back just because I can't customize the color on that. Just... Am I getting something new here? It should all be gold. All that glitters is gold. I feel like the helmet should be like half red now. There we go. It kind of works, I guess. Or maybe full red. And then this should be also red then. No. Okay, I guess that works. Zero monies. What color is this? Oh, you get to customize this color too, okay. maybe. Red, put a splash of red there. Okay. I'm gonna do that on my sniper too. Okay, there we go. Yeah, there we go. Some red. Oh, so my sniper actually has a full white head. That sounds bad. Let's go ahead and do the same thing here. Wait, whoops, not that. Start these chapters. I don't know. The UI isn't the greatest for customization. I think it could be better. It could definitely be better. Maybe I should change one of the legs to be white. Like right here. Let's gonna change this to white. And then also, I don't. Could change this to just like pure white as well. Let's go see if that looks good on my sniper. I actually kind of want to utilize the color of this pattern. I know it's... Oh wait, I don't even have emblem here. Let's go put emblem. Yeah, heck yeah. And then this should be white, and then this should be gold. Yeah, I kind of want to utilize the color here. Maybe do... Even though I know it's not like this is actually the symbol of a chapter, that shouldn't be on this character. Nah, let's just go leave it white. Yeah. Let's go see if this, like the white leg, looks good on the sniper as well. Oops. Let's start these chapters. There we go. That, this. And then it should also just be white. Yeah, that looks good actually. I actually like that. And then we'll change like this bit here. Golden iron back to iron. No, not iron hands. Oh yeah, iron hands. Okay. Pretty cool. I wonder if this would look better if it was white now. But it has to be, or maybe just black. Whoa, that's actually pretty cool too. Maybe it should just be all... Okay, maybe... I think this should be actually red, and then the lines should be gold. So that matches like the... Yeah, so it matches the pauldron. Then we'll do the same on the tactical, which is my other main. All right, good to go. Good to go. Good to go. I might do one more mission, just because I spruced up my characters. They deserve one more mission, and then I'll switch over. Gotta get my tactical to level 10 at least. Get some nice perks on it too. The loading screen is not moving. Why? Why is the loading screen not moving? Joining server. Oh, loading resources. Waiting for Battle Brothers. It's a long wait. I'm just gonna sculpt a bit while I wait, I guess. Is it there yet? Still waiting? Oh.
The Tyranids have already established their
Okay, we're here. Wait, I'm a sniper. I didn't get to choose? Wait, they just left. During the battle march, yeah, okay. Like, what? The other dude just left. Right, because we didn't get a third. Oh, what the heck? Okay, back face mask. Okay, wait. I don't even have the right character. Why am I sniper? I thought I joined as tactical. Okay. If I can't be tactical, then I'm just gonna switch over. Like, my sniper is already like level, what, 15 or something? Okay. Oh, shit. Whoa. Fuck! Not ready for this, all this shit. Oh fuck, am I even hitting him? Not. What the fuck? Ah, I gotta get the fuck out of here. It's insane.
Poison twists in my innards.
Fucking poison too. What even is this?
Pathetic. Area cleansed of the foul sea.
He just teleported somewhere.
We are allies.
That was really bad. I just got spawned into everything.
Your
Didn't get a single
resolve is
execute
a
either.
bastion in these dark times. There is no pain I could face that
Out of
will
ammo.
disappoint or my touch. You strike to the heart of it. I can imagine nothing more. Commencing force-spec scan. Releasing frag grenade. Silence that burner's call for more of its foul threat.
Oh, we're just running? Okay. I guess we're just running.
Your fire, brother. Changing magazine.
your silence, Value. How is your morale?
Strong. I will share my reflections, but I have observed you seem more comfortable well.
That is considerate.
Try.
Noted.
Captain Akarak, we are closing in on the waste reclamation center now.
Good. The hive ships are moving into range of the capillary towers. We are in Kadaku's final hours.
Nice. My grenade's back.
All specs ready to...
Unpleasant odor.
Rearming. Stim cache here. Resupply.
Refilling, ready for next encounter.
It is too quiet. The system has been depowered.
What the fuck?
System reset required. Initiate rights of reawakening at all consoles to terminate hibernation.
Oh, fuck. This is Zoo Emperor. Two of them.
Summon aid. Fresh magazine in.
We have to awaken the other consoles before we venture into the fortress.
Throwing frag grenade.
Ouch.
Deactivate the consoles. Can we enter the fortress, brothers?
Blessings extended to the slumbering unit. Awakening has begun. Attention, users. Communication with console halted. Biological impurity detected. Invasive material must be removed prior to resumption.
Then we will remove this material.
These alien vines suffocate the generators. Let us rectify this.
We should find the spores that spawned these vines and all specs prime.
Oh my god, am I really out of ammo?
Operation. Half visual incoming. Check your aim.
Is there a ammo crate around here somewhere?
We are eliminating the Mataratis.
fortress remains sealed. We have to activate these consoles.
Ah, there it is.
Established.
There it is when you're dying.
Has commenced.
Scan ready.
Communion with vessel complete. Ministerial authority accepted. Radio Messiah. System restoration complete. Primary controls reset.
We activated the consoles. We must open the door.
Oh shit!
Try that again.
Jesus Christ, dude.
What's the flag to Xenos Bioform?
We have accessed the fortress, Captain. Good. Head up to the cannons and remind the Xenos of whom they dare to attack.
Target seeks to mobilize reinforcements. Eliminate it. We made the Lictor disappear. For good. Your battle awareness is impeccable, brother. How do you hold those?
I reduce all unnecessary chatter.
Ah, understood. Location locked. Grenades here.
Wow, are they really both like going down? No, just one dude.
Watch your fire, brother. All specs ready to scan.
Got some grenades from somewhere.
There is no going back.
Iron Halo ready.
Your demeanor is aligned to your darkest hours. You honor me with such a virtue fades when compared to your tenacity. Nonsense. Good skeleton fire. There are no final outcomes. Then let us spread our shield. The mutant and your heavens. Mark this position. Supply drop. Picking up extra rounds.
Oh fuck.
Terminate.
Oh shit.
Changing magazine.
The lift will take us to the cannons.
a little shitty that keeps
Scanning.
helping us with that.
Fresh magazine in. Gather to me, brothers.
Keep going forward.
Ah,
The Tyranids seem to know you're close. They are amassing at the fortress.
Steel yourselves, brothers. They will not stop us from activating the cannons, Captain.
Reloading.
that guy's decked out. Nice. Extra grenades.
Resources acquired. Waste nothing, brothers.
Got a bit of lag from one Oh my god! Have I played this mission before? I don't remember seeing this.
We must reach the fortress's weapons. Ready to
See
deploy.
shit. I don't think I've played this level before. At least I don't remember seeing that guy.
Changing magazine. Throwing frag grenade. All specs prime.
Nothing.
You are near the last cannons. You will need to find the manual controls to operate them.
Console located.
Defensive
See a
cannons
grenade there. Oh well.
Targeting system non-functional. Initializing secondary system. Communion established. All specs connected. Mobile targeting system online.
Protect. Oh my god, what the fuck? What the shit is that? Being hit by something.
The Tyranids cannot stand against our attacks for long. The Hierophant attacks. Defensive positions.
What?
More attacks like that. This abomination will fall.
Defense cannons depleted. Engage auxiliary generators to resume.
Ah, fuck. Oh, what did I do that for? Oh my god, why am I in the fucking red? Oh my god, that's a clutch flag, holy crap. I didn't know there's like gonna be like splash zone. I feel like I haven't done this before. This level.
I have activated the generator.
Prevent system no longer detected. Engage console to re-establish communion between the fortress and surface car. System link has been established. All specs connected.
Gathering supplies.
Fucking snubbers now.
its foulness.
Ah, fuck, dude.
Aim was
What am I
signed
doing?
on to complete attack.
Jesus, get out of here. This is a bad spot to be. Change it back to my team.
Full specs tagged the zone.
Like no fucking cover here at all.
Lance cannons ready. Establish target with a sidearm to initiate offensive protocol. Brothers, it retaliates. Keep clear of its foulness.
Oh my god.
More attacks like that, and this abomination will fall.
War gear required.
The Tyranids cannot stand against our attacks.
Another Xenos bioform eliminated.
I'm gonna wait here. I'm gonna go in that mess.
It expels its pollution.
Oh, he did flag up. That's fine, I'm gonna get some mana.
Generator active. Cannons are ready.
Fortress control has been disrupted. Service call detected. Synchronization complete. Cannons ready.
Oh shit.
This monstrosity is almost down.
Brothers, it retaliates. Maintain the space between you
And our enemy's assault.
I just placed a grenade. Oh my god.
Fresh magazine in.
Oh my god. The damage is going through the walls.
Half vision.
the Hierophant attacks. Defensive positions. Clip the auxiliary generators shall nourish our cannons. Generator is running. The cannons are ready.
Auspex and Fortress communication disrupted. Return to console for reconnection. Union successful. Cannon targeting enabled.
Fuck. Okay.
Captain Wacker, the towers are firing. Take the shot on those damn towers and unleash divine retribution. Let us make sure the Tyranids speak on their will.
I feel like I haven't done this one before. The new mission. Okay, I really should get some work done. I spent yesterday playing Morrowind all day and then didn't get anything done. Let's not do the same with Space Marine. Did okay. Almost level 10. Ooh, new armor. New boots. Oh, I got a loincloth. Sick. Awesome. What is this? Oh, never mind. I wonder if I should switch up my mechanical arm to something else. I don't know if it actually looks that good. I think maybe the original arm looks better. Like if they made the mechanical arm look like a meaty mechanical arm instead of like this skeletal arm, it would look a lot nicer. Oh, is that the one that... This might be it for the grenades. Emperor's Vengeance. Whoa, what? You can choose Liberator Gold for that? What the heck? Wait. When was I able to choose like Liberator Gold? And it's like actual gold color. Wait, what the heck? Can I choose that on my sniper as well? Oh my god, I can choose Liberator Gold. Okay. Guess what? I'm changing all the white to gold now. When did I get Liberator Gold? What the heck? When did I get that? That's sick. I can put on everything too. Wait, not this though. For this we'll choose. Wait, we also have Liberator Gold here, but this is like the Liberator Gold for. Whoa, what the heck? I can have like all gold now. It's actually insane. Although I kind of like the white actually looks pretty good too, but we'll rock some gold for a sec. Yeah, man, when did I get Liberator Gold? I'll just like remove this. Yeah. The other half needs to be gold as well. Or maybe we can do this as red? No. Kinda want to change the helmet back to like the normal helmet. If I can actually make everything gold. Yeah, okay. Do this then. I'm tempted to make everything gold colored though, which is not a good thing. Okay, hold on. Let's go make everything gold. Let's go. We gotta reset all of this. Start these chapters. Delete rule. Delete all the rules. We're resetting here. Default will be Liberator Gold. And then this will also be... I can also have Liberator Gold. Default emblem will be no emblem. How do I delete this? Maybe if I delete all the rules. Okay. It's annoying. I have to be really careful about this. I actually think I should switch back to what I had before. It's just too much gold. It's like the Adeptus Custodius now. It's a bit too much Adeptus Custodes. Which isn't a bad thing, but too much of a good thing, you know. I forgot to add this rule here. Everything should be halved. make it like a darker red. Are they adding more colors with like every patch? I feel like there's always something new here now. Wow, Abaddon Black would be nice to have. How do I get that? I have 55 gold. I don't have enough. All of my dyes are kind of like light color. I need something like solid. More solid color. Abaddon Black is the most solid, but I can't really use it right now. Oh, wait, actually, can I just like remove the color on? Oh wait, no. Like, the default color is white. Okay. Mephiston red, I need that. I need that. Need the Mephiston red. Or the Abaddon black. Fuck. Ooh, that's pretty good. I wonder if you make that arms No, the arms should be like a unified color that's like kind of dark, or maybe about red arms. We should do like Iron Hands or Abaddon. Iron Hands or Null. Why didn't I go for this? Why did I have to go for Iron Hands? Whoa. All black could be really cool too. Definitely need some red in here. I'm just gonna throw on some red, just even if it's like kind of like a pasty red. It's better than nothing. Really need like a skull emblem here as well. We'll change the helmet to red. Where's the lieutenant helmet? There we go. Maybe we'll make one of the pauldrons red as well. Gold pauldron. There we go. That looks pretty good. Okay. Where's the snippy tool? So I can just capture this as reference for my sniper. So I don't have to keep going back and forth between the two. Changing up the pauldrons. Changing which one is red and which one is white. Oh, all the gold should be like, is this Liberator gold? Ah, we're gonna change it all to Liberator gold. Just all the metallics match. Oh wait, this is the red pauldron. Let's go just remove this emblem. It's just noise that I don't need. Or maybe make it white. Splash of white in there. Iron hands, iron hands. Oh wait, yeah, okay. Should be regular gold. Wait, what? Oh, this should be white. Yeah, okay. And then I guess this could be like, yeah, it's gonna be like a gold capped knee. we just like remove that. Let's go, yeah, let's go have a gold knee. A golden knee. The man with the golden knee. It's going to be gold. Maybe there's too much gold here now. Let's just remove this then. Too much gold. This is... I actually kind of like this. I should move this back. Maybe the skull should be red. And then... or wait. Yeah, the skull should be red, and the line should be gold. No, the line should be white, and then this should be transparent. So that matches the helmet. Wait, I feel like... what was this? I feel like there's not enough red now. Should be white, so that means this is gold. I guess we'll do that. Yeah. Okay, we'll go snip this. Actually, you know what? Let's go make this knee gold again. Oops. That. Oh. Yeah, okay. Maybe white? Maybe gold? Maybe I should have like double gold legs. Nah, too much gold. It should be like... yeah. Then... that'd work well if I had a skull emblem here, but I don't, so let's just remove it. Okay. That's my snippy tool. Snippy, snippy. Stick that over here. I think all I changed was the legs, right? Yeah, just this one. Should be red. Skull should be white. And there we go. Wow. Solid colors look really good. I don't know why. I really need, what is this first company? It's like the Death Watch, kind of. Death Guard, Pauldron. Where do I get this? Blood Angels. Oh, it's also, I need to level this up for sure. Get Mephiston Red and also the first company. Ooh, Blood Angels. I heard like the Blood Angels. People really like the Blood Angels. So I've heard. Okay, that looks pretty good. I'm gonna go log off now. Right? I gotta log off. Get some work done. I think. I should log off, right? Should I go get Blood Angels? I take 2 more missions to get the Blood Angel Red and then also the Skull Sigil. Let's go do it. Let's just get it out of the way, otherwise I'll just keep thinking about it for the rest of the stream. There's 2 more missions. It should be fast. Quick missions. Two fast missions, and then good to go. Wow, they're way ahead of me.
This position. The Emperor exterminate.
clean entry. Thinking of extra rounds.
Missiles vessels quartermaster. Awaiting instructions.
Open that railway vehicle's cargo pod and place a Nova cannon explosive water inside.
Full space.
Commencing transfer. Detection. Search is not found. Operators required to complete the transport process.
Iron King ready. Administering aid.
Notification. Requesting operator in Sector B. Verify itemized serial code.
First acknowledged.
Oh my god, I can't even fucking move.
Fresh munitions. Full space flight to Neurostrike.
Why am I getting stun locked off of? Like, oh my god.
Ammunition dash.
Oh wait, it's a shield. Oh, I thought that's execution.
Changing magazine.
What even was that?
Obtaining armaments. Reloading. Tyrannid menace annihilated.
He's console B3.
Enhanced tactic ready.
I will be your operator this day. Stand ready.
Grenade catch marked. Warfare applied. Ships to the forge.
Releasing frag grenade. Rearming.
I assume that's A, so C is back there.
Activate that console.
C2, that's C3, C3's over here. It's gone the other way.
Throwing frag grenade. Watch your fire.
Get
brother.
iframes on
We've got the
using this.
console working.
Whoa, what the heck? Oh, I just switched weapons. I thought I died or something.
You are fertilizer now, Xenos. Thinking of extra rounds. Changing magazine. No telling what surprises await. Fresh magazine.
Iron Halo online.
All specs prime. We are allies.
I shall sucker your poor aim for only so long.
Swapping magazine.
What the fuck? Dude.
Pray this sand to bring me the chitin from those Xenos.
The storm has dissipated.
Advance while it is clear.
Servitors remind me that I am less
Less than I walk as I am, and not as named.
Resupply there. Updating mission log to reflect continuous.
This is the rest of the rotation.
Oh, what? Wrong button.
zone throw.
I pressed the wrong button. Press the grenade button instead of the parry button.
Flagged objectives. Check your aim.
Eyes bioform neutralized.
Prepare for low visibility.
Relic possession restores the functions. Engage anti-Xenos warfare zone.
Enemy wave imminent. Alright.
No storm will delay our vengeance.
Iron Halo online.
Taker.
Ammunition restocked.
I think I can get my grenades back by swapping here, right? Pretty sure.
Equipment
Yeah,
highlighted.
back.
Acknowledged.
Equipment lost.
Declutter complete.
Massive enemy wave.
The Emperor sees.
Changing magazine.
Mark Xenos in battle.
Commencing all space. Put your fire.
All my armor, Helen.
Changing magazine.
Disgusting tyrannid scum.
Why are they still up there? Some more ammo.
Remain calm.
Absolutely nothing.
All specs ready to scan. Pathetic tyranny abomination.
Nice.
Gathering supplies.
Commencing reload.
Departmental Militorum Ordnance Transfer 3639 loading complete. Manifest updated.
The armory revives. Moving like Ravener. Ravenous are noble Xenos countermeasures successful.
Fresh munitions.
Guardian relic. Nice.
This kindled my righteousness. Be ready.
Codex, it shall be done.
Auspex deep scan ready.
Codex approves our tactics.
Charge to his
Iron
defense.
Hail ready.
Oh wow, I didn't know there's a second emote.
Payload is aboard the train, Lieutenant.
Good. Deploy it.
Found some stims.
Launching one.
Initiating charge.
Minor setback. Let us reevaluate our strategy.
Talassa, I have multiple swarms moving to your location. You have their attention. Deal with them swiftly. We will not get another shot at this.
Acquisition a motive engine.
Route the Xenos onto the tracks.
Cogitating proposition. Discipline safety protocols engaged. Wait for the all clear before attempting further track changes.
All objectives on the Xenos assault.
Auspex prime.
Standby engine ready for departure.
Dropping magazine.
Oh shit.
Shock grenade loose.
Charge.
Ah! Standing on my own grenade.
Engine charge to 50%.
Fuck.
Charging system detected. Engine seer requested to perform rites restoration.
Link your armor to the Mechanicus device. You will need to keep close proximity to the charging station until the reset is complete.
Charging system detected. Engine seer requested to perform rites restoration. Remote link detected. Establishing diagnostic connection.
Supply drop. Auspex ready to scan. Throwing
Circuit complete. Energy transfer received. Engine charge to 75%.
Ah.
The engine is charged and prepared for departure.
Deploy immediately.
yes, brother.
Detonation in 5. Brace for shockwave.
2 masters. Level up my guns. What do I get now? New helm. Oh. Nah. Okay, we need to get like Mephistopheles red, right? Is it Mephiston red? The next. Oh, we can get that. Nice. Okay, nice. Thank God, I can finally quit the game now. I can finally leave. Let's change all of our red to Mephiston red. How about emblem now? Gold emblem. Maybe I should switch up the Oh, Mephiston red could be like a border color too. That's pretty cool. Maybe I should switch up the helmet. Is there anything here that doesn't have an emblem that can use the emblem? No. Let's see what that looks like. That actually looks pretty good. Yeah, we'll go with that. Then I'd have to like change all the colors to red. Whoa. Or we can like go all gold and red. It's very tempting to go pure golds. Very, very tempting. Whoa, what the heck is that? Savior's Hell. Complete Inferno Ballistic Engine Decapitation. All of these on lethal difficulty. Is that new? I feel like they just keep adding shit to this game. It's crazy. Okay, back to Sniper. How come this is like... It wants me to do something here. It's not. How about this? Perk tree. Plasma boost. Okay. Right. How do I get this? Damnos campaign badge. Ooh, it's kind of far down the tree. Veteran marking. Ultramarines. I guess I might as well just like grab this because yeah. Just get rid of the freaking exclamation mark. I still feel like this could look a lot better if I... Yeah, hold on. Hold on here. Let's go change this up a bit. Or maybe... something like that, and then... Okay, that looks... I think that makes more sense. Maybe we can change up the legs so there's still there's more weight in there. Maybe the knee pad. I want like the old helmet back actually. Okay, yeah. Okay, so we have that and then we have this. I feel like you just need more armor sets for tactical. Let's go make the backpack gold as well. I feel like the chest being all gold might be a mistake. You know what? I actually had a good color scheme before. This is fine. Gotta change this back to white. This is good. This is good. I need to stop messing around with my color scheme. This is good. What I have here is good. I gotta stop playing now. God damn it. Oh wait, the backpack. It's not the right color of black. Fuck. Gotta change it. There we go. Iron Hands black, not just Nolan oil. Or maybe it should be gold. Should we do a gold backpack? Let's see what it looks like. That actually might look better. Maybe. Okay. I have like half of the... Now let's go make it black again. Wait, that's Ashen Gray. That's the noob gray. Maybe it should be Nolan oil. Just so it's like not shiny. Ah, alright. Okay. Off to work. We should really work on Project Nova instead of getting distracted. Completely and utterly distracted. Oh god, thank god I quit out. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back.
How can you respect a game when it can't even respect itself? Overwatch 2 has made that question more important than ever. We've seen another season, and with it, another way to squeeze more money from the game. And now, more than ever, it hits hard. Overwatch 2 is 2 years old. PvE is dead, its formula is just depressing, and the direction of travel is clearly worse. Warcraft, Blizzard's own franchise, one of the greatest of the last 20 to 30 years, was treated no different from Transformers or Porsche. Season 13 then added another way to monetize atop a fresh, overpriced push of bullshit that happened through this summer. And nothing sets the tone of today's video better than this excerpt from Jason Schreier's book. In an interview with a developer, a dev essentially recounted the launch and what it was like. Here's what they said. Everyone said, you worked 6 years in this. No, we worked for 1 year in this. We spent all those other years on all the PvE stuff. People said it looked unfinished, said the developer. That's because it was. Yeah, Overwatch 2 was screwed from the beginning, and with Microsoft gutting the Overwatch team, deleting the PvE team, things would only get worse. Gilded aspects are not a thing in Diablo, even though they sound like it. They are an Overwatch thing, one squarely, absurdly aimed at the whales. It is so unashamed of itself that I almost commend them for having the stones. Here's how it works. Gilded aspects are palette-swapped mythic skins, right? They're a black and gold color scheme, but I think we should really talk about them in Blizzard's own words, because they really communicate the value in this macro transaction. For the first time, you can enhance fully maxed out Mythic Hero skins with their prestigious gilded aspects from the Mythic shop, launching with the sleek black and gold color variants for those looking to push the limits of customization. That's right, folks, we're pushing the limits. Future seasons will expand these aspects to include mythic weapon skins. Oh, isn't that exciting? They got one thing right. Limits certainly are being pushed. As skins, these are fine. Blizzard have got good artists, right? The problem, though, is how these are being sold. And this is where the whaling comes in. You see, these technically are a customization option for mythic skins. The way it works is that you buy these, but they can only be applied to a fully leveled up mythic skin, right? So you fully level up your mythic skin, then you acquire and apply the gilded aspect. A producer working on the project clarified that these are in the Mythic shop, purchased with Mythic prisms, but said that the price is not public and that it's not up to their team. Lovely, and I suspect we won't hear from the other team who are doing the pricing. Now, remember how all of this works. To earn enough Mythic prisms to fully unlock a Mythic skin, you need to purchase and complete the entire Battle Pass for a season. Beyond that, though, you can buy prisms directly. In the US, prisms are $1 a pop. Yes, $1 a pop to max out a skin is 80 prisms, meaning we are talking about $80 skins. That being said, I must be fair to them. The best way, the best value bundle is of course the 75 bundle, because it comes with 25 prisms free. Just amazing value for 75 bucks. Now, the way it works is Mythic skins cost 50 prisms, and then they've got upgrade levels, and leveling them up to max costs another 30 in total, meaning 80 prisms, and yes, that does mean $80 skins. And yeah, you get 80 prisms by completing the Battle Pass, but each Battle Pass adds a full Mythic skin worth 80 prisms. And so the point was that every pass had 80 prisms, and every season that came along with that pass would add one more, which in total would be worth 80. But that's obviously ended up changing because of the addition of the Mythic weapon skins. The Reinhardt and Ana ones follow the same pricing model. It's 50 for the base skin, and then they've got upgrade levels, meaning 80 each. And that means that every season adds a Battle Pass that gives you the ability to earn 80, but it adds 160 Mythic prisms worth of purchase opportunities. And that's all without this new system. So how hard will Blizzard go for this system? Will it be 20 prisms for the gilded thing, right? Maybe a little bit of flourish on top of your $80 skin, you know, for $100 in total? maybe it'll be that. Maybe, though, it'll be quite a bit more. I mean, they're black and gold. They're prestigious. Why not charge 40 prisms? And yeah, you might think, well, that's a bit ridiculous. Who will buy all of that? And they could probably say to themselves, oh, sure. This is really meant for the sort of person that's just going to buy the battle pass, earn a bunch of prisms, and only buy things on the one character they care about. But that is obviously just an excuse. The pricing model here is designed to fully extract cash from the whales, and so slowly but surely they've spent 2024 squeezing everything that they can. And funny enough, that's not even the bit that's most offensive to me. It is the fact that they cannot even respect their own IP, their own work, their own foundations. Yeah, we got to talk about the anniversary event. These had declined through the years, and they just ended.
Going to the cast magic option. These spells are usually support spells like healing poison or casting ambient light. Weapons, like in Kingsfield 1, do have hidden magical attacks inherent to them, but this is a high-level thing we'll have a look at briefly later. You gain experience by killing things and eventually level up. Like Kingsfield 1, you can't assign points anywhere, you just get better at everything. And once again, there is a hidden number tracking all the damage you do in both melee and magic, and when either of those numbers reaches a threshold, you'll gain a strength point or a magic point. Weapons and spells do not have strength or magic requirements, but their hidden magical attacks do. Now, the view from the top of this lighthouse is limited by the draw distance of the PlayStation 1, so it's not super useful for navigation. Maybe a map would help. Well, the game actually has 3 maps, and they're all quite clever. We'll see them soon. We leave the lighthouse and notice this gap in the wooden walkway. There's no jump button. The only way to make this without dying is to run off the edge and fall a little bit further, meaning running and falling is a kind of pseudo-jump. I like this. It shows they've thought about the new run mechanic and found a way to actually involve it in exploration. And to be fair, From Software wouldn't really understand jumping until Elden Ring. Sprint past the Kraken, take down a dragonfly, and get 1 gold coin for our troubles. There are a few shops in the game, but most aren't worth using. Every good weapon or armor can be found in the world, and the one shop you will want doesn't use gold as a currency. It uses large crystals. Speaking of better equipment, we find a short sword, our first upgrade. And is there a secret room behind the waterfall? Yes, there is. But here's an interesting graphical limitation. The water of the waterfall is solid. You can't walk through it, which is strange because you can walk through textures in the first game, but not in this game. In the cave, we find some skeletons, get 1 hit, and die, so maybe don't go this way yet. And again, restarting means go and get the fireball again and the short sword again. So let's just discuss the hidden combat system. You equip a weapon and swing it. That's pretty simple. For magic, equip a spell and cast it. If you are of the correct strength and magic level, you may be able to use a weapon's hidden art. To do this, swing the weapon and then try and cast a spell at the exact moment the weapon would hit the enemy. If the weapon has a magic art, you will then cast it, such as a couple of fireballs or a big wind cutter spell. Some weapons have another super secret special art, which involves pressing multiple buttons at the same time, like a combo on a fighting game, to cast an even more powerful spell. I spent hours trying to find the requirements for these spells, or just trying to make them work, and I only managed it once or twice, sometimes by sheer luck. I had to find this other YouTube video to prove they even exist. Kingsfield 2, or 1 in the US, because of its weird naming convention, isn't as well documented as 3 or 4. Because if you Google search Kingsfield 1 and Kingsfield 2 and Kingsfield 3 come up. So multiple conflicting forum posts explain how you're meant to do these attacks, but as a regular player, you'll never even know you can do them. I'm glad that for Elden Ring they evolved it to the Ashes of War that you can just change around. Find our first crystal. These will be the most valuable currency in the game. I just don't know it yet. We grab an iron mask from inside this barrel, then get attacked by an enemy off-screen and curse the incredibly slow turning speed. Also find this well, which heals me completely. This will be essential later. You can already see the graphical improvements from Kingsfield 1. The slime enemy has a moving texture as skin. And now we find our first hidden door. So just like the first game, hidden doors are everywhere. Except this time they aren't invisible walls that you hit or find and can then phase through. They're actual doors built into the wall. Behind this one is a powerful skeleton, and our first shield, which is exactly the same as the first game. Remember, shields don't actively block, they're just a passive defense increase. New enemy, Angry Watermelon. Just like the first game, these are poisonous. You can tell when you've been poisoned because the screen will start to flash and your condition in the menu goes from good to poisoned. But here is a really nice touch. those slime enemies that I've been killing, they are actually anti-poison. If you stand next to one and let it hit you, yes, you'll take some damage, but it will also cure your poison. So now you've got an enemy with a mechanical use. So you don't actually want to kill slimes, they're more useful alive.
It's worth noting here that Kingsfield 2 is much larger than Kingsfield 1, about 3 to 4 times the size, and the game had printed guidebooks made for it. You can still find maps online, but information on this game is sparse compared to the first, or the more popular, third or fourth. Physical printed books of this game are collector's items now, going for a decent chunk of cash on eBay.
Inside the cave, a note on the wall says Al Hunt sells herbs. I do not know where to find Al Hunt, but flipping this switch on the wall extends a bridge over a pit, and on the other side we find our first human enemy, a soldier with a halberd. Large reach, high damage. This reinforces the game's main combat trick: dodge in, hit, dodge out. Up the steps we find some ghosts, angry white worm-looking things. Easy to stun but high health, and leveling up in this game seems easier than the first. Or maybe I just know what the game expects of me now. Fight on and find a pair of boots. Now the game has a lot of maze-like corridors and dead ends, but thankfully most of those dead ends have loot, items or equipment, so exploration is always rewarded. And then the ghosts have respawned. Just like Kingsfield 1, enemies respawn whenever you're not in the room, so grinding levels is easy, but you can't clear out an area like you'd come to expect in Dark Souls or Elden Ring. Leave the caves into the first of several villages. There's even a skybox for the outside areas now, and we meet Al Hunt, the herb seller. We can sell things to him too, like the crystal we found earlier, or weapons we're not using. He also sells a feather called Seath's Plume, and this is the first instance of the dragon Seath, who would go on to become Seath the Scaleless in Dark Souls 1. The broad plot of Kingsfield 2 is the island we're on was inhabited by elves many years ago, and 2 great dragons rule over it, the good dragon Seath and the bad dragon Gyra. They both had a lot of treasure, and then some guy called Necron arrived and is now seeking the ancient swords. Seath is connected to the Moonlight Greatsword, and Gyra is connected to the Dark Slayer. These swords are actually shown on the game's box cover art, and many people believe the dragon Gyra would be renamed to Calamite and used in the Dark Souls 1 Artorias of the Abyss expansion. The one thing this shop sells which I need is the miner's map, but I can't afford it. So the next question: can you kill NPCs? I start attacking the shopkeeper and it's kind of odd. He does seem to be taking damage as I gain a strength level from hitting him, and each hit is very slowly moving his model away and the table he's sat at. But he doesn't seem to respond to being attacked, and I mean, I do this for a while. Another healing fountain, and this NPC says she's looking for her brother. He came here 2 years ago and she still hasn't seen him. We then find some new enemies in these termites. And then, as Kingsfield 1 has conditioned me to do, as I am rapidly pressing interact on every single wall to find any secret door anywhere, I activate a hidden switch in the wall, which opens a small section, and powerful spears shoot out and stab me. So Kingsfield 2 has hidden traps as well as hidden doors. We can really start to see the famous From Software difficulty starting to take shape here. Later, we'll even find the most rudimentary form of Mimic Chest. Outside, we jump into this pit, survive, and find a rhombus key. These are interesting. Certain doors need a rhombus key inserted to open. There's a keyhole on both sides of the door, so be aware that heading through, you will need a second if you want to return. But the game breaks from a convention here. I assumed placing a rhombus key into a keyhole would be a permanent thing, but no, you can take them back out and use them elsewhere. This means finding all the keys and then switching where they are turns the whole game into a massive looping maze which you can indeed lock yourself into if you're not careful. So how could you escape if you do that? Well, that comes with the earliest form of fast travel. Nearby you'll find your first save room, these crystals on the wall. No more crucifixes here. You can only save at these places, but in every save room you'll find a guidepost, and this is a really interesting system. As you progress through the game, you'll find 3 special keys, the Star, Moon, and Sun key, and then you'll find 3 connected gatestones, the Star, Moon, and Sun gatestone. You can then put one of these keys into a guidepost, and then use the connected gatestone and spend 30 mana to teleport back to wherever you put that key. You can remove the gate keys from the guideposts freely.
The gate and key system means you end up with a sort of personalized fast travel system. If you want fast access to the village or shop, put a key close by. Then when you move deeper into the game, take that key out and put it in the next guidepost you need. This custom 3 changeable travel location system feels like the foundation for the bonfire travel system. It feels close to the warp gates from Soul Reaver.
Fight a few human enemies, get stun-locked by a few of them, and die. Kingsfield 2 is hard. Using a rhombus key on the door isn't as simple as interacting and being asked if you'd like to use a key. You need to open your menu and use it from there. And then behind a wall we find our first Dragon Crystal, one of the most useful and rare items in the game. Dragon Crystals can be used from the menu to fully restore your health and mana, but they have a better use. Remember how when you die you restart the game? Well, provided you've activated the Fountain of Seath, which we'll do soon, and have a Dragon Crystal in your inventory, if you die then, the crystal will be consumed and you will respawn with everything at the fountain, effectively making them the same as the dragon seeds in Kingsfield 1. We find the first of 6 military garrisons. We kill a soldier for a jail key and then find our first archer enemy who is not smart enough to run away. Using the jail key, we unlock this cell and find a hidden wall in the back leading to a ghost-filled cave. And if these hit you, they inflict slow, and now turning is even more tedious. I really am blown away by how in only 1 year the texture and jagged shape of these caves pull this game leagues ahead of Kingsfield 1 graphically. And oh good, poison breath snails, which shred my health. Circle strafe them and be aware that hitting the shell does nothing. So now enemies have body parts which don't respond to damage but do still take physical space. That's interesting. More bridges and we arrive at the South Village. Graphically pretty similar to the North Village, but this one has a shop selling way better weapons. And I like how you can see the 3D models of each weapon and armor piece. This format feels very Armored Core, another From Software game I've covered on this series. Another sign then welcomes us to the small graveyard, and down here a ghost inflicts dark on me, reducing my view distance significantly. I'm learning by now that Kingsfield 2 is much more of an exploration game than the first, very RPG. So I head back to the start and fully explore everything, finding this cave behind the first fisherman that I missed earlier. There's a chest at the end of the hall, so I head down and yep, trapdoor in the floor, dropped into a pit of slimes. This is the game that From Software said, right, traps, what can we do? And then in a chest at the end of here, you find the Pirate's Map. Now maps are items you must use from the inventory, and the game is broken into about 12 specific massive areas, with multiple connections between all of them. And maps do show the connection points, but not what they're connected to. But beyond this, maps have a really interesting mechanic.
I feel like the
Kingsfield
neck
2,
needs to
unlike
be
1,
bigger.
has areas which pass over or under
There
other
is
areas,
Curious
and
up
maps try and
for-
show all these layers at once, differentiating
But
by
even on
using
its own, the
darker
neck
or
needs to
lighter
be bigger.
shades. So you can sort of plan a route. But the most important aspect is the game has 3 maps: the Pirate's Map, the Miner's Map, and Necron's Map. Now I assumed each would be a base improvement over the last, showing more and more routes, but not quite. The Pirate's Map is detailed on the shorelines and shows the smuggling tunnels inland, but only shows the basic shape of mines or military bases, things pirates would actually know. The Miner's Map shows a much more detailed view of the mines, including cart tracks and ore storage, but doesn't show smugglers' tunnels or anything to do with the army. And Necron's Map has details about the overland villages and deeper military bases, but doesn't show the secret smuggling tunnels. This means you actually need all 3 maps, and to swap between them often to fully navigate the island. But what's in this chest? Oh, it's a skeleton. Kingsfield 2 contains chests that contain enemies. All of the enemies are skeletons, and it's not the chest that attacks you, but interacting with it does spawn an enemy, and there's no way to know this ahead of time. The map shows me an island connected to the previous lighthouse, so I head on over and find the breastplate armor. And back in the cave, I love this sightline. You can see the treasure chest, but you can't get to it. I search this body and find the Star Gate, the first of 3 quick travel items, and this barred gate is locked. I'll return when I have a key. We can see the more multi-path design starting around here, and I'm starting to feel like I'm understanding Kingsfield 2. Just don't get arrogant, because the moment you do, a basic enemy
the
can
helmets need
and
to be a
will
bit bigger.
knock you off a bridge to your death.
The sides.
Push on and discover that something as simple as crossing a bridge now has mechanical depth, because that down there, that area you can see, that is where we picked up the short sword from earlier, meaning if you didn't get it, you would be able to see it lying on the floor, encouraging you to return. That's using a sight line as a mechanical clue for how to get better. In this cave we learn the riddle of wind. It says King Harvine III lives in his magical castle. Maybe this will be relevant later. And then we find the first wind crystal, learning the spell Wind Cutter, same as the first game. Cheap, effective wind spell which passes through multiple enemies in a row. We descend some stairs into a large, magical-looking room with some sealed doors. Like Kingsfield 1, you must be carrying a certain item to open them. Then we find the moon key in the guidepost, and now we have our first completed quick travel pairing. Kingsfield 2 is a very atmospheric game. And like all From Software games, it focuses on the ambience of the world, a civilization, an ancient power, but it's dying or dull. It's past its heyday, and people are solemn. The enemies are guarding long-forgotten treasures. Just being in the world feels heavy, oppressive. You know the horrible, lingering moment of empty shock that you feel in your stomach after something bad happens? It feels like that, spread thin over everything. The music, the textures, the slow, methodical NPC movement. It's a world resigned to its fate of we've lost. Kingsfield 2 has the feeling of lost media, otherworldly sadness. Down this corridor we meet Phi, the cleric. We talk about Necron. He explains he's a bad guy who is looking for the Dark Slayer sword, said to have been created by the evil dragon Gyra. He also says if we bring him something special, he will help us. He wants a figure of Seath, and we don't have the figure yet. So again, we have obscure quests. And this is the game where long obscure quest lines really start, because my god, we've got one long fetch quest ahead of us. Head into the small mines and find a new enemy, the floating rock seahorse, which forward rolls at you. I wonder if it's the great-grandfather of those sheep in Elden Ring. It's also super easy to get lost in these mines, and the mines aren't shown on the pirate's map, so good luck. Find some more fast travel items and then an Earth Crystal for the first Earth Crystal spell, which is a healing spell, but annoyingly cannot be assigned to a hotkey and must be used from the magic menu. This minor NPC tells us to find Harris in the village above, and we learn more about the original elves who lived here and the magic crystals they grew and how Necron wants the power of those crystals. Getting out of this small mine is an absolute mission and really highlights how the run mechanic is the best thing they've added in this game. While exploring, they also find a Morningstar, a much better weapon. Weapons, like the first game, have stab, slash, and crush, but you cannot choose which of those you use. All melee attacks are just one button, and then the version the enemy is weak against is used for the damage calculation, making the best weapon depend on the enemy you're fighting. In the village above, we find an interesting shop, a locksmith. This guy sells the silver, gold, and magician's key, but you can also pay to have him copy the rhombus keys, providing you have a rhombus key on you to use as a guide. Now, interestingly, you can buy multiple copies of each key, the silver, gold, and magician, so I assumed they would be destroyed on use, meaning you'd need more than one, but that's not correct. You only need one of each. Now, the Magician's Key is the only one that you need to progress the game, and you can find a copy in the game world, but if you have the gold spare, you can buy one now and skip quite a bit of the game. So this is similar to starting with the Master Key in Dark Souls. This guard drops a jail key, meaning some new doors can now be opened. In fact, this key will open every jail cell in the entire game, meaning early game items end up having late game uses. I criticized Kingsfield 1 for not doing this with the harp that creates the bridges, but Kingsfield 2 allows you to take early game items to late game areas and late items back to early areas and gives them all uses. Take the hidden passage and find a light crystal. This prisoner then gives us a magical stone an elf once gave him, and this gets us the first of two dragon stones. We head down the long staircase and find a note on the wall saying "Do not enter," written by the Old Hand. We ignore it and head into a grand courtyard, marble and silver. 4 pillars, water flowing to a central fountain. This is the Fountain of Seath. It will become a vital place. Here you can use one of the dragon stones as a key to unlock more flowing water, and standing in the blue water and interacting will refill your health. The red water will refill your mana. And this is where we find a new, iconic mechanic.
You may, hopefully, have been finding these crystal flasks around the place. They are refillable items. You use them with either the health or mana water to make a health or mana flask, and drinking them refills your health or mana, but does not destroy the flask. So these crystal flasks, and filling them with either health or magic, is the first version of what would become Estus in Dark Souls, and then the Cerulean or Crimson Tears in Elden Ring. But that isn't all, because there are a limited number of crystal flasks in the game, and they themselves can be traded for powerful items later. We'll see that pretty soon.
Break into the first of many Gyra soldier bases, and the arrows, like Kingsfield 1, are physical projectiles which you can dodge if you're quick enough. We take down a guard and he drops an arrow. So Kingsfield 2 has the mechanic of sometimes certain enemies have a chance of dropping their items or their weapons. It's used very infrequently, and later we'll find the first use of an ultra rare weapon drop from an ultra rare enemy. There's also a chasm I can't seem to cross, but it looks important. There are 4 glass pedestals, 2 either side, with a wind symbol on them. This likely refers to Harvine's castle and the riddle of wind we read earlier. But like Kingsfield 1, it's likely we'll need a magic item to make this work. And check this out. The enemy with the bow, when you get close, stops trying to shoot you and just punches you instead. Distance-based attacks is actually quite impressive for this type of game. Through the fortress we find the central village, but no one here trusts us. We learn a guy called Sandler disappeared recently, and until we can prove we didn't take them, we are a suspect. We even meet Sandler's mum, and she says he went into the termite's nest to look for treasure. Thankfully the nest is close by, just down this corridor in fact. Have a quick fall through the floor, and we are in. I can see on the map the termite's nest ultimately loops round and connects back to the central corridor by the large soldier base, so exploring here should be pretty easy. In the depths of the nest we even find a golden tree, and behind it, the Mirror of Truth. Facing something and using the mirror from the menu tells you about that thing. It also tells you where you are. Pretty much only useful if you're trying to piece together the murky plot points into a rather coherent story. This is also the first golden tree in a From Software game, which likely goes on to become the Erd tree in Elden Ring. The termite's nest is an impressive open room with a ledge around the edge, and endlessly spawning termites walking from the edge and dropping down onto us. We find a note on the wall saying, "They can be attacked by a bow. Combat hints as notes." Thank you, From Software. Eventually we find the termite boss, this giant one, blocking a tunnel behind them. The issue here is you need to dodge in, hit, and dodge out before being hit, but endlessly spawning smaller termites will block you in. So if you're not careful, you can get trapped into a damage loop, and remember at this point dying means restarting the game. Take out the ads, take what chances we can to jump in with some damage, and eventually kill the Termite King, and behind them find the missing kid Sanders. He gives us a pirate key and says we can find great treasure with this. We leave the nest by looping back and falling into the main corridor and return to the village. They like us now. We also learn that Necron, the recently arrived evil warrior, promised the village eternal sunlight and plentiful food, and so far has made good on that promise, so they like him. I buy a better shield and then have a chat with Sanders' mum and learn about his friend Gigi and her magical amulet from some guy called Leon. The mother says the bridge to the east of town is broken, probably a hint at some kind of direction, so I explore around, descend a long set of stairs and find some new armor, but the moment I take it, I hear enemies moving behind me. The Bronze Knights. These can cast spells. They're tough, but circle strafing is the ultimate cheese. I find a few more locked chests and try the pirate's key, but that's the wrong one. Bit of a design issue here. The game doesn't tell you which key a chest needs, and they're not visually distinct, so you must try every key every time. Do you want to know more about cliffs? Then come and speak to Cliff Lore. Find some more strange sealed doors and then meet the best shop in the game, Rad Bilheim. Remember those large crystal chunks you've been finding? Well, this guy trades them for crystal flasks. 2 chunks for a new flask. This is fantastic. I can trade over a load and increase my flask count. But there's even a flowing health river nearby, so I can refill them as well. This is great. But what was the pirate's treasure? The one that Sandler mentioned when giving us the key. Well, if you run all the way back to the start of the game, use the key he gave you on this chest and you'll get another crystal flask. And those barred doors from earlier? The pirate's key gets us into them. Skeletons drop in from traps in the ceiling, and a room with 6 treasure chests holds 3 bits of treasure and 3 mimic skeletons. Just like Kingsfield 1, you can find the green gems called Verdite. These increase your magic level permanently by 1. Interesting real-world connection, Verdite is an actual gem, mostly from South Africa, and the Kingsfield 2 guide contains a recap of the plot called The Chronicles of Verdite, and Kingsfield 1, 2 and 3 are often referred to as the Verdite Trilogy. Now you can sell these gems for thousands, which would help us buy the Magician's Key earlier, but the magic boost is better in the long term. Interesting mechanic here. You need to fall from the wooden bridge to the land below, and there is fall damage. and I'm really happy to see they're using the vertical design space as a navigation mechanic. Hidden cave on the beach just like Eternal Ring, and now swinging knife traps. Can you avoid them? Yes, but you fall through a hole in the floor anyway. Multiple treasure chests down here, multiple skeletons, then we use the pirate's key to unlock a chest and find the skull key. We're making progress. I am loving the looping design of the map so far, using vertical drops to create one-way systems and shortcuts back to earlier. Dark Souls would do this, but I'm also not liking how you need to refill every flask manually from the well once they've been used. A fill X option would be nice, and we know they can do that now because you can do buy X at shops, which you couldn't do in the first game. With our increased strength and equipment, we can actually take on the Kraken boss from the very start. With the health flask we've got, we can just about survive. And killing it opens up the cave behind it, which is still way too hard, because enemies in there have homing magic attacks. The Kraken does not respawn, however, giving us the first world boss style enemy. Our newfound power lets us go back to the waterfall cave from earlier, beat up the skeletons, and use the skull key to stop the flow of water within, unlocking a deeper part of the cave with a water magic gem and another elven dragon statue. This is the second dragon statue, and means we can unlock more of the waters of Seath's fountain. That means remembering how to get back there. I do have a map, but remember it's not complete, so this is mostly remembering where all the hidden passages are. Back at the fountain, we place the statue into another slot and unlock more magical water. Different color this time, and now a really interesting choice. You can fill your crystal flasks from the purple water and make mana flasks, or the blue water and make life flasks. But notice how the fountain itself is now filled with gold liquid. If you refill a flask from the fountain, you get a gold flask, and this restores a medium amount of both health and mana. We can unlock more doors within the central fountain area now, shortcuts to earlier places, and a new route. We can find the fortress, which is north of the Termite Boy village. This leads to Harvine's castle, surrounded by lava. So how do we get in? We find a plaque about King Harvine III, ruler of the northern continent. We find a few rickety bridges, and hey, the wall faces from Kingsfield 1 are back, but now they shoot fireballs. Fantastic. And a new enemy, the Headless Skeleton with a scythe. Flashbacks to hours of grinding for a grave scythe in Elden Ring, and eventually I die. But I've activated the Fountain of Seath and have a dragon crystal, so I just respawn. Now there are far more dragon crystals in this game than there were dragon fruit in the previous game, but it is still a limited resource, so don't rely on it all the time. You can kill the flame-shooting faces if you are careful, and more enemies, homing fireballs, shooting demon turrets. Oh, let's have 2 of them, why not? As a treat. These things are pretty tough. The only advantage you'll have here is they can't move. Another wind crystal gets us the Missile Shield defensive magic, useful for reducing the damage of incoming arrows. Fight into the castle proper. I'm using the Earth Boulder spell now, which is slower to cast but throws a very nicely rendered 3D boulder at the enemy for massive damage. Just be careful not to get hit by the scythe skeletons because they can curse you, which vastly reduces one of your stats for about 4 minutes. I eventually find the Battle Hammer. It's powerful but slow, a nice trade-off in design.
I really love being able to gaze into the distance and see the floating fireballs. It implies a world beyond what I can see. Like this isn't the edge of a video game as much as part of a much larger place. From Software are great at suggesting something much larger than you. They are the masters of ambience, and Kingsfield 2 is no exception.
Find myself on the other side of the chasm from earlier. That is one hell of a long way around. And then I noticed something. Enemies will track their shots, so if you're moving, they'll fire at where you're going to be, not where you currently are, so you can lead an enemy's shots by zigzagging toward them. Find the Scorpion Bracelet, one of the first accessories. I don't know what it does, but I mean, it's probably useful, so may as well equip it. Oh, a new enemy. The earliest version of what would probably become a basilisk. They even jump at you. Reach a new part of the overworld village. This NPC says she's lost her father in the mines. That's careless of you. There's another healing fountain too. Nice to know they're more frequent than the single healing room in Kingsfield 1. The Royal Graveyard is teeming with treasure chests. Unfortunately, most of them do contain enemies, but we do find the Crescent Axe and the Stone Gloves, both items returning from Kingsfield 1. Then this rather depressing message on the wall lets us know most of the soldiers are dead and there's no way off the island. The bleak atmosphere continues. Deeper in, a secret room and a chest containing Seath's feather, a key item we'll need later. We leave the tomb, ascend the stairs, and get this lovely view over the eastern seaboard. Not only did they improve the view distance, they made sure to put some things worth viewing in. Another cool touch here. Down there is one of the best weapons in the game, but you need to survive the fall and then use a gate to leave the small island you land on. Kingsfield 1 had one hidden powerful weapon, the Moonlight Greatsword, but Kingsfield 2 has many, both hidden in the world and dropped via enemies. So let's grab this. We fall down and we find, don't laugh, the Shidden. That's its name. So we equip it and now we're slashing and shitting all over everything. Gate away and then try to remember how the hell to get back to where I was, and eventually find a Phantom Rod, another returning item, which when used reveals all of the hidden secret doors. Make our way into the third major Verdite soldier base, and when you get multiple enemies or projectiles on screen, there is some noticeable slowdown. They've definitely optimized this more than the previous game, but it's not buttery smooth all the time. Deeper in, we find the Miner's Cemetery, and the evil trees are back, but they're a lot thinner and have a ranged magical attack now. In fact, most things down here seem to have different attacks, and I'm really soaking up some damage. 4 skeletons and 2 ghosts means you know this room contains something good, and I was right, it's the Miner's Map. This map shows detailed mine sections and underground transport tunnels, making navigation here much easier. Down here we also meet Harris. He's digging for crystals, the island's main resource. He tells us that the powerful Necron is searching for the elven weapons, so watch out for him because he's a bad guy. You can also drop down these wells, but if you do, you need to gate out. That means you can actually soft lock your progress if you're out of mana when you land, because there's nothing down here that would kill you. I find another Seath door, but this one won't open, so it seems there's different hidden parameters for opening each sealed door, and only at the very end of the game can you be sure you've met them all. Eventually meet an old lady in a rocking chair. She says Necron took her son Leon and asks us to save him. She then gives us a figure of Seath, who we can clearly see is not a dragon. Also, notice the artwork on this wall, and you will because it sticks out. It's strangely high quality. It has a dark vibe to it. Nothing else in the game looks like this, and it's a good thing it stands out because this is super important. You'll need to remember where this is and come back here later. The old woman then disappears, but the chair keeps rocking, which is quite creepy. Oh good, more swinging axes, and the vertical space is used nicely with this enemy above us throwing spells down onto us. I find a locked jail cell. I try the jail key from earlier and I'm expecting it to not work, but it does! Oh, I love this. The whole island feels like one massive puzzle with pieces needed from one side all the way to the other, and so many alternate routes. In here we search a corpse and find the magician's key, and now we're talking. Doors prepare to be unlocked. Explore outside and find another bridge just under the water level, shallow enough for us to not drown, leading to another tower of flame and another fire crystal. Feeling strong, I run back across the water bridge, get attacked by a flying fish, and die. You know how everyone hates the dogs in Dark Souls games? Well, fish were the original dogs. We need to give the figure of Seath to the priest from earlier, but there's a few more figures of Seath in the game. You can drop off this incomplete bridge to a cave below. I wonder how much health you need to survive the fall. We can conclude it is more than 23. The second figure of Seath is hidden in a hole in the wall, and on the way back I trade in some crystals for some more crystal flasks, which is good because we're about to lose those flasks. When you return to the priest, you can trade the figure of Seath for the Moon Gate, so we've got more fast travel choices, but old Priesty Boy has more items. He says he'll trade us Harvine's flute for 3 crystal flasks. And this is important, so we need to do it. But he then says, if we want to trade 3 more, we can get Necron's map. And I do want that. So now we are 6 flasks down. Permanent refillable healing items, and they're just gone. But we've got a magic flute and a good map. That's a good choice to give the player. Safety or navigation? Which do you want more? I pick up all the keys I don't have and then head back to the termite kid's house. We can unlock most of the chests along the way now. With the flute, we can open a new way to travel. Remember those standing crystals we've been seeing around the place with the symbol of wind on them? Well, stand between them and play the flute. You'll summon an ethereal temporary staircase. But be quick because they don't last long. So following these, we can reach the roof of the castle, running along the ghostly stairs. And on the roof, you could drop down this central hole and find a decent ring. Just make sure you've got mana to teleport out. Otherwise, welcome to another soft lock. We've now got all we need to head to the big mine. Using Necron's map, we can see this mine has minecart tracks. We even get to ride in them a bit. And more hidden items like the Scorpion Bracelet, but we found that earlier. Interesting fact, the game will give you multiple chances to find the same item. The minecart ride itself is an on-rails section. You can hop out wherever you like. You can still cast spells while in the minecart. Just be aware that you can also be hit by arrows, which will knock you out of the cart to your death. You can choose to use the Protect from Missiles spell, but that adds this flickering green effect to your screen for 2 whole minutes. They did this in Eternal Ring too. I'm glad they moved away from this overwhelming visual design, and for future games ended up with small icon in the top left to show what effect is currently active. Navigating the mines is annoying, so I'm sticking a fast travel gate here so I can come back whenever I need to. Jump off a minecart in the middle of its journey in this small room, take out some guys with bows, and you'll find a light crystal, giving you one of the rarer spells. I test to see if you can walk on the minecart tracks, and it turns out, no, you cannot. Ride the cart to the end of the tracks and enter the main section of Big Mine. We learn there are 3 main places inside: the Cave of Poison, the Cave of Darkness, and the Cave of Earth. There's also the rumoured 4th Elf Cave, but no one knows how to get there. On the floor, we find Harvine's key, looking like an old-school Freemason's compass. We then meet a miner who says his family was given Harvine's key, but they lost it. And I think this was meant to be a cryptic NPC hint that I needed to look for the key, but I found it out of order. Now, Necron's map, despite being the hardest to acquire, doesn't show everything. It doesn't show the mines very well at all, because Necron didn't care about the mines, so the miner's map is still going to get you through here. A note on the wall before the Cave of Darkness says, "This is hell." So in we go. And they're not kidding. It's really, really dark. And to enhance the vibe, these ultra creepy floating stone eels will lash out and bite you. Think of this a bit like the Giant's Tomb in Dark Souls 1. Now, if you've found the light crystal, the support spell Light does illuminate the cave for a bit. And this helps you find the dark armor, which has great defense but prevents you from using light, and right now I need light to see. This entire cave was needed to bypass a single broken bridge. The level design here is really good, and then we're back in more termite tunnels, ending in the Poison Cave.
Okay, From Software, what have you got for me? Let's see where this all began, the first all-poison area. Just being in this cave poisons you. It's a swamp, so you're on a time limit based on how many antidotes or potions you've got. And down here we do find the kid's dad. He's unconscious, but if you use a statue of Seath on him, he gets up. And he says, when we're next in his village, come and say hi, and he'll thank us for rescuing him. This is an important quest step.
Find a dead crystal miner and then drop down from the Poison Cave into the Earth Cave. That really wasn't as bad as I expected. The Earth Cave, however, that's filled with dinosaur-looking things firing multi-shot magic spells, so circle strafe and stay behind them. Use the cave pillars to dodge the blasts from the others. The level design with the columns in the cave is perfectly built to allow the player to dodge out the way of these magic spells, so they've really thought about what enemies highlight which environment. At the end of the cave, we kill the dinosaur boss. He throws bigger rocks and has a tail whip attack, and then after killing him we find a fire crystal, another golden tree. It seems From Software really liked their golden trees. But that earth elemental boss, the one we've just killed, is really interesting. It's the only one in the game that respawns, meaning he's not really a world boss. And if you're extremely lucky, we're talking a less than 1% chance here, he will drop the Spider Sword. Now this sword is pretty damn good, but by the time you've managed to grind it out, you'll likely have something better. This is the first time a super rare weapon is hidden on a super rare enemy. Grinding for this could take you hours, but this is another moment we see From Software trying out a design choice which would go on to become an absolute series staple. More writing on the wall says, well done, you've found the mythical elf cave, and then we face the creepiest enemy yet. Literally, a giant floating face. So From Software have this thing of making good grounded enemies. Skeletons, lizard men, bears, and then throwing in just weird, horrific stuff which defies logic or geometry, like the amygdalas in Bloodborne, or just a big face, or a hand with 11 fingers. Remember, the final boss of Eternal Ring is just a magical floating baby. I think this is the first example of a regular enemy just being super unsettling. But the shock value is countered by the fact that when you hit them, their facial features shrink and then return to normal, so they end up looking like this, which is like the small face meme. Down here we find the grave of an elf and a message saying, We will beat the dragon with the blessing of Seath, and then we get to the Elven Key. With both keys we can return to Harvine's castle and head into the main door, and this is very much a place you have to run through or be fireballed to death pretty quickly. More treasure, and then this strange-looking painting of a king, which, if you interact with, will seal the room you're in and immediately spawn 4 copper knights to kill you. So this could be considered one of the first interact with a painting to access a secret designs. Dark Souls 1 will expand on this with the painted world of Ariamis. By now I've found a few more crystals, so I make a trip back to the village to buy some more flasks and then unlock some new doors and head into the Verdite soldier's base, hoping to find Necron himself. Just watch out for the swinging maces. But remember, in a lovely fair touch, traps can hit and hurt enemies as well. Play the wind flute some more and run across this temporary bridge over the lava, avoiding the fireballs, and then use the Ice Storm spell to destroy the faces from a distance. Or just stand right next to them so they can't hit you, which is a skill I learned from Devil May Cry 2. Just be aware the static fireball turret demons are back. This game sees a real sharp increase in difficulty here. More fireballs, more lava, and head into the underworld prison to rescue Leon. Remember, we met his mum back in the village, the lady in the rocking chair? Search this cell for another figure of Seath, then head deeper into the prison. We find Verdite Soldier Base number 4. More guards and more places to use the flute, but not so fast. If you can survive this drop, there is a hidden room down here, a set of stairs guarded by 2 turret demons, and in the chest is the Blood Crown, which sounds cool as hell, and it's got good defense, but you'll slowly lose health while wearing it, and I died to this a few times. The main purpose of this castle section is to find the Shrine Key. It's in a treasure chest next to some Verdite crystals. This is one of the 2 shrine keys we need to access a late part of the game and finish a hidden quest. We reach what looks to be the magic cave of fire, but I can't get in on account of all the fire smacking me in the face whenever I try. Now to get into here, you need to find more water crystals to unlock the resist fire spell to just tank this damage and run forward. I'm also out of rhombus keys, so I need to run all the way back to the keymaker and have him copy some for me. Deeper in, I meet this strange shopkeeper. They say a man called Ernest passed through here recently, and they don't have much stock. But notice there's a chest behind the shop. You can reach the chest if you're careful. Remember, NPCs can be killed, but if you equip a very weak weapon, every hit will move them a few pixels away. So we can very slowly nudge them out the way, and then grab the crystal flask from the chest and the powerful greaves for free. We meet Ernest. He says Necron has the king's sword and will need something equally powerful to stand a chance against him. Potentially the Dark Slayer. But how do we get that sword? Well, we'll find out soon. Grab another crystal flask from the secret archer room, and now I need the resist fire spell, which means going water crystal hunting. Seems there's one in the termite's nest back at the start. I just missed it. Back in the termite's nest, I drop down into the pool of water and grab the water crystal. Yet another place you must have mana available to teleport away from, or you'll be killed here. In future Souls games, locations like this would be known as buckets, places you can't die in but also can't leave. A common one was a tower rampart, and this is generally considered bad design, a holdover from Sierra puzzles if you will. They're an auto-fail if you're not prepared. With enough water crystals, I can cast resist fire and just tank the fireballs down the corridor. Flashing light warning here, casting resist fire adds this really strange green flicker effect to the screen for about 2 minutes. There's a room here with 4 unlit torches, so I cast fireball onto them and yep, that lights them. So even offensive magic spells have scenery interaction. That's multiple mechanics, that's great game design. Kill this giant face on the wall, and behind it we find a secret room with the Flamberge, another game for the beautiful Zweihander to shine in. It is a bit too slow for my taste, and the Shidden remains on top. With our increased power, we can now return to the start of the game, where the Kraken boss was, and head into the cave behind it, take out the powered-up squid-like things, and at the back, find the second shrine key. With both keys, we can return to where we stopped those swinging spike traps earlier and venture into the Cave of Ice, filled with ice golems. These things are tough, but this place also hides the ice armor, which is very good. At the end of the cave, we find the ice golem boss. This thing is bigger, faster, tougher, altogether harder to kill, but taking it down does get us the ice sword, and after he dies, the ice in the cave melts, revealing a new path. We grab the crystal shield on our way out and leave into a new part of the fortress. I spot this grand, imposing door with a strange lock mechanism before it. I try to open it and instead trigger a pitfall trap, dropping me onto some red slimes, and eventually I find this cryptic message. When the warriors stand up, the great door will be opened. and this leads to another poison cave area. Thankfully, the Pirates map has this all fully mapped out so we can escape pretty quickly. Essentially, trying to open that door without solving the puzzle always drops you into this big poison trap.
So how do we actually open the door instead of triggering the pit trap? Well, notice the two giant cogs just before it. Put a shrine key in each of those, but that's not all. You now need to spin them until the correct symbols are in the correct position, and there are multiple symbols on both. So how do you know what position that is? This actually stumped me for quite some time. But the cryptic message from earlier, 2 warriors standing up. There's only one place in the game I've seen 2 warriors standing up. That picture, all the way back in the village house, Leon's house. So let's go all the way back.
So I spend 15 minutes running.
I'm gonna grab a quick bite to eat. You're back 10 minutes.
all the way back across the island just to get back to this house, and you'll notice the picture has 2 symbols on it, one for each warrior. Remember those. Then head all the way back and spin the wheels to match those symbols in the middle. This gets us into the Elven Tomb and more massive magical face enemies. If you kill the giant glowing red face, you'll get Seath's helmet, one of the best in the game. And deeper in this tomb, we find the Dark Crystal. But we need this, so we must replace it with something else, Indiana Jones style. So use the Elven Key and you'll switch one for the other. The second part of the Elven Tomb contains a load more flying magical faces. These things drain your mana when they hit you, so stay out of range. And then a blue gem says we may take Seath's sword to help us on our way. The sword is stuck in a wall nearby, and it's pretty good, but the recharge bar is very slow. We can have a chat with the Golden Tree down here and learn about the battle between the dragons. Gairar created the Moonlight Sword in order to kill Seath, and Seath created the Dark Slayer in order to kill Gairar. Remember, these swords are the game's cover art, and while the Moonlight Sword became a series staple, the Dark Slayer never really reached the same importance. We venture deeper into what is essentially the Dark Dragon Gairar's fortress, but before we try to take them on, let's go and check in with the people we've helped, because we've got an obscure quest line to finish. We find Gigi's house and they give us Seath's Tear. This is an amulet which, when worn, will allow you to mitigate death by instead spending a statue of Seath, refilling you instantly to full health wherever you are. But for the best questline, you have to return to Leon's house from earlier, the guy we freed from jail, and talk to him until he asks about the Dark Crystal from the Elven Tomb. He says he can make a sword from it. In fact, he can make the legendary Dark Slayer, and he will give it to us for free provided we use it to kill Gairar. So we give him the crystal and he says he needs some time. The amount of time it takes is however long it takes you to gain exactly 1 level. So I run around and find a corridor with 4 big doors in it, each leading to a giant version of a regular enemy, starting with a big bronze knight and then a giant ice golem. You need to kill these in order, and they respawn. So this is a great grinding spot. We gain the level, return to Leon, and he says, yeah, good news and bad news. The good news is, he has finished and made the Dark Slayer. The bad news, Necron turned up, took it from him, and then ran away. So cool, let's go find Necron. Gairar's base is pretty complicated, lots of archers, sight lines, lava, and then this moment. I run across a lava-filled room, and as long as you're running, you'll skip from safe bit to safe bit and not die. And at the end I discover a giant Cyclops skeleton. I love how many really strange one-off events happen in From Software games, just never explained. So we talk to the skeleton, and he tells you he serves his master Shaddam, then gives us the strength collar and dies. Again.
We're almost at the end, at Gairar's fortress, but this is where things take a real turn, and the insanity begins to ramp up. We find cloning vats, filled with the gargoyle enemies from Kingsfield 1, but this time they're textured with flesh and sinew. We even find the final light crystal powering one of these cloning vats. Gairar is growing an army of gargoyles. We find a note saying this is the space for completion, and then another poison cave, acting as a combat proving ground for the army of gargoyles.
Down here we find the demon gauntlets, and then another chamber growing female demons. Now this is the giant boss room, but flanking it are 2 graveyards. A note says the enemies of Gairar are buried here, and then a little assembly animation plays whenever these skeletons get up. I love this. It's like a really basic version of the skeletons assembling from Elden Ring. More obscure lore that's not expanded on. A note says the demon of dark, Galthfi, died along with the ancient elves. And then I kill all 4 giant-sized mini-bosses, knight, golem, dinosaur, and finally massive demon, before heading into Necron's lair. And this fight, man, I was annoyed and impressed. The Dark Slayer sword is floating in the arena, and when Necron attacks us, he is fast. He's a regular human enemy, but he has mechanics. Necron has variety. He punches, he casts spells, he darts toward you with his sword, he has an area AoE magic attack, a homing spell, he even retreats. But my favourite thing, Necron is wielding a shield which has directional blocking. If you attack him from the front or from his shield side, the shield actually blocks your attacks, meaning this feels like a boss fight. Pacing, variation, positioning, difficulty. If you run away, he floods the area in lightning. Get too close, he punches you back, which stuns you. Timing matters here. Necron is, for the mechanics they had at the time, a legitimately good fight. And believe me, it takes me a while to kill him. But once he's down, the Dark Slayer lowers and we can claim it. With this, we can open all of those strangely textured Seath doors from earlier, similar to Kingsfield 1. And when you're ready, fight through a hallway full of demons and head toward this oddly textured floating blue cube. Interact with it, and guess where we end up? That's right. Inside a see-through digital blue light holographic corridor filled with superpowered metallic versions of earlier enemies. What the hell, Kingsfield 2? This is the final boss approach, and it is a maze. A deadly, futuristic, sci-fi, transparent, jagged edges and sharp-sloped maze. And at the end of every small blue corridor is another cube which teleports you to another part of the maze. And you can see the other corridors around you, you just don't know how they link together. This whole thing is absurdly different to the rest of the game and an intense spike in difficulty. And eventually, we reach the final boss room. And to quote Dark Souls, prepare to die. Necron was hard, but Gyra is insane. 2 large columns rise into the air, and there's no invisible wall around the edge of this arena, so get too close to the edge and you will fall off and die. You also cannot teleport out of here. It is win or die. Gyra is sat at the end of the open arena, guarding a small section behind her. She's joined by several floating orbs of light. When you attack Gyra, a few things happen. She bites you if you're close, breathes fire, or if you're far away, floods the arena with lightning bolts through her golden rain spell. So you'd think, hang back, use magic, not a problem, that's how we killed the boss in Kingsfield 1. Well, no, because those floating orbs actually pull spells toward them and absorb the magic damage. Kind of like the Dark Moon spells from Elden Ring. Now you can kill those orbs, but they have incredibly high magic resistance, so you need to melee them. But that's hard because they keep moving. I spent about 15 minutes trying to kill one of them with magic. And even though I manage it, there are 6 of these. I don't have the mana to do this. So we have the opposite of Kingsfield 1, which was a boss that you needed to use range for. We have a boss that you pretty much need to use melee, but you will die if you try. And this fight takes me ages. I use every trick I can think of, every potion, every passive buff, every spell, all my dragon fruit, the necklace of Seath. I hack and slash and get in close and cast magic and melee, and eventually, after about an hour of trying, the power of the Dark Slayer sword shines through. Gyra rears her head to the sky, screams, and dies. And with that, a cutscene plays. We approach the final platform and take from it the Moonlight Greatsword.
Since this time, a holy light broke through the darkness, and the warm sunshine of dawn filled the island. Alexander looked to the heavens and began to feel his spirit glow inside him. He began walking again. Now that he possessed the Moonlight Sword, he had nothing to fear. With this sword, he was more powerful than the gods or the demons, for all knew that he was the chosen man with the chosen sword. Ghosts, monsters, and demons disappeared from Marinette. The 2 dragons, Seath and Gyra, also vanished from the island. By the will of the people, the 2 swords were taken to Verdaiti and sealed forever. This ensured that the people on the island and on the northern continent would live in peace and quiet ever after.
Do we get to use it? No, that's the end of the game. Roll the credits. But I have to admit that seems a bit dumb, not letting us use the iconic sword. Well, you can. You just need to sort of glitch it a little bit. You can't leave the Gyra arena by teleportation, but if you die, you will respawn outside of it. So during the Gyra fight, run at the side of her while she is turning, and if you are lucky, there's a small chance you will clip through her to the area behind her and be able to take the Moonlight Sword before the final cutscene. When you've got it, just die and you'll respawn with it. So the only way to use the most iconic weapon in the game is to literally reach the last boss, steal it, and run away. And once you've got to this bit, using the sword is more of a novelty and less of an actual reward. And just like every other weapon, it has hidden magical attacks which you cast by swinging and casting at the right moment. It's strange it's such a fully fleshed out weapon a regular player will never actually get to use, because like Kingsfield 1, there is no New Game Plus.
And that is Kingsfield 2. Much longer than the first, much more fleshed out, some ideas refined like hidden doors sometimes being traps, obscure quests having rewards, maps being situational, and looping level design. Some ideas were added like sprinting, using sprinting and then falling as a rudimentary form of jump, hidden powerful weapons on islands or being dropped by enemies, refillable flasks for health and mana, items on quick use buttons, mini-bosses being accessible from the very start and letting the player pace the game, poison swamps, minecarts, that never really caught on, a boss fight with actual mechanics, that very much did, and the random sci-fi dragon end boss. And the faces. Oh god, the faces.
All in all, it's a great sequel, and you can see From Software wanted to stick to their formula and refine it, adding little by little the music, the graphical upgrades, both enhancing the overall feeling of isolation, exploration, the strange ethereal world. Ultimately, I had fun playing Kingsfield 2, and I'm excited to see how many more improvements they make in 3 and 4. We're not at Elden Ring quite yet, but as a teacher, a designer, I get very excited, very happy when I can see the process of something heading in the right direction. Improving, the hollowing beginning to reverse, the ember beginning to flicker. So to end the review, I will award Kingsfield 2 Thou Art of Passing Skill out of 10. Cheers for watching. Another massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep the channel alive. You can support from only £1 a month. Check the video description for links to the Patreon, Twitch, Twitter, and our Discord. And as always, remember,
Hey Saint, what's up? Hey Zakaria, how's it going? I am pretty early. Am I early? Or did I just like... I don't know. It's the weekend, so I've basically been streaming all day so far. Is this your way of enjoying the weekend? I haven't been streaming that long, have I? I've been live for... I did an earlier stream today, and then disconnected, and then... Now this stream is up to 5 hours, 44 minutes. 24 hours though. Well, it is the weekend, so. I want to make a game, right? I can't just not work. If I'm not gonna make the next quintuple A game, who's gonna, right? Had a lot of fun playing Space Marine earlier today. I just realized they had like some kind of gold paint that either they added in recently or I just did not see. But I feel like they added it in recently. But I had fun playing Space Marine dress up. There should be cloth here, actually. Let's just turn it off, see what it looks like. Not familiar with Warhammer. You gotta familiar yourself with Warhammer. That's like what all games are based off of these days. It's the granddaddy of fantasy and sci-fi. guys, I think I'll end it here. Got a lot done. Take care.